Ring B, second and third final call for Class 1 AOB heifers. We want to remind you, everyone, that this show will be live streamed through Ringside Live. Visit www.ringsidelive.com to view all livestock shows this week, courtesy of Avera Health. Joining me in welcoming our judge this morning in Ring B, Parker Henley. Parker is from Stillwater, Oklahoma, and serves as a livestock judging team coach, and Dr. Robert Tutsek, endowed chair fellow at Oklahoma State University. Parker coached the 2021, 22, and 23 national champion livestock judging team and was named the Coach of the Year in 21 and 22 and was named 2023 Best of the Barns Best Senior College Livestock Judging Team Coach. Currently, along with coaching, Parker serves as an extension specialist focused in beef cattle management and youth livestock selection and education. He received his master's and PhD from the University of Illinois while focusing his research in nutrition and management strategies for heifer and bull development systems. Parker was a member of the livestock judging team at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he received a bachelor's degree in animal science. Parker is originally from Central Missouri, where he and his family still raise Angus and Charolais cattle. Parker and his family have bred or exhibited several national and reserve national champion Charolais cattle. Parker and his wife, Christy, who have two children, Norman and Charlotte. Parker has judged livestock shows in 33 states, Canada, and Mexico.
Well, good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be back over here as we get things kicked off in Ring 2 with our AOB show. I think we have shorter numbers here. This young lady's got her baldy heifer that she's getting broke, and she said it's just going okay this morning. Trying to get her through here, but that's all right. You're doing a good job. You got a thick made, big top, big ended one. It's good bodied. I'd loosen her up a little structurally, but overall, very nice job to you. Congratulations.
Ring B, Class 1 winner in Class 1, Laney Lorch, Harris, Iowa. Coming in now, Class 2. First, Lindsay Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota, and Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa.
Well, this is a real good class here at 2 that falls together pretty quickly, in my opinion. Enjoyed visiting with this young lady. Tells me her heifer here is a Maine. A really nice front-end, long-sided heifer that's just tremendously good balanced. Will set the mark pretty good for us as we go throughout the day. All right, good job on your class winner. You keep her in here, and I think this is our last AOB class, and we'll evaluate for champion just shortly. This red heifer's nice sized. She's sound, she's feminine. Kind of ran into one there that's got a little more just extras to her. So you done a good job though, buddy. Glad you got up and got after it this morning.
Ring B, Class 2 winner, Lindsay Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota. Runner-up, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Now in the ring, joining them is Laney Lorch from Class 1.
All right. Well, back over here to our AOB show. We're getting a lot of ring time here. Good job to you all. These are nice cattle out here. We're not going to talk a lot about them, but I've enjoyed watching these young people get their cattle broke this morning and get things started here. This black heifer out of Class 2, she's pretty nice, all right? She needs to win this division. Let's put her hands together for this young lady. Young man here that got up early this morning's got his heifer put together really well, this little red one. We're going to use her for reserve champion. Good job, buddy. He's already tired.
Over here in Ring B, your AOB champion, Lindsey Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota. And your reserve, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Announcement from Ring B. We're going to be taking quite a break here until Ring A decides their champion, Angus Heifer. Coming back to you at Ring B. First call, Class 3 Angus. Ring B, Grand Falls Casino Resort. First call, Class 3 Angus. Parker Henley, ringside. Second call, Ring B. Class 3 Angus. Ring B. Second call.
Well, I'm going to start things off here after a little break in the Angus division. Got a nice pair of cattle up here. There's certainly some trade-offs, and I could see why somebody would prefer both of them. To me, a few things that I like better is the genuineness of condition, the true muscularity and strength down this heifer's top line is what I prefer. I like her length to her hip. I like where her neck setting is, and she's got a real good shape to her rib, and she's got genuine muscularity to her. I prefer the feet and leg structure of the heifer in second. This heifer's a little forward in her knee. She's a little more rigid in her pastern from behind than this one, but I like the top line structure of that heifer maybe better than this one in two. A good fronted, sharp-necked one there with the quality look. This next heifer has got the big swoopy belly, and she's got a soft pastern there. I can appreciate that. I wish her top line would all hook together, neck, shoulder, hip there, but I love her flexibility to her lower joints and the sweep to her rib there, just a back and forth discussion. This next heifer is moderate. She's big-bodied and she's very cowy. She hit me a little plainer than those first two everywhere, but this young man is doing a great job. Thanks for coming out here, buddy. Keep showing. Keep doing your best.
Class 3 Angus, Ring 2, champion Kinsley Nelson, Glenville, Minnesota. Second place, Lauren Anderson, Algona, Iowa. And third place, Keaton Gonnerman, Hartley, Iowa. Ring B, Grand Falls Casino and Resort, Class 4 Angus, Lila Booth, Aurora, South Dakota. Jade Tweet, Beersford, South Dakota. Kiana Hazel, Beersford, South Dakota. Jude Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. Taylor Truesdale, Welcome, Minnesota. McKenna Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa. And Jack Hankey, Little Cedar, Iowa.
All right. Well, as I get into a tougher class Angus here, this got some variety on them. I like this heifer to win from a condition, structure, balance perspective. I feel the most comfortable with her winning the class, and I think just movement, body type, everything kind of fits together really nicely. I'd say I'd clean her up just a shade in her front end and strengthen her right behind her shoulder, but I like her movement the best of this group. This next heifer in the lineup's got a good shape down her top. She is a bold ribbed one. She's got a nice hind leg. I would like to fix her a little up in her front end and her shoulder, set her tail head down into her, but I like her genuineness of composition, so I kept her in second there. Little aesthetic things that I couldn't convince myself that will stay together on down the road. This next one is big boned and very rugged in her kind, and I can appreciate that. With that bone comes a little more front end, a little bit maybe toed out up front. That's where I'd fix her. I thought her feet and her bones are a little bigger than these next two. I was a little better there. I like some things in this heifer. She's just a little too over-conditioned for me, and I'd certainly like to fix her front feet. But she's big-bodied. She's very long-hipped. She's got a little presence to her there. She just needs to be leaner as well. Another very nice-fronted, big-bodied one here that's pretty. I love that about her. She's got a cow-like look to her. Her feet I want to change to me, and just deepen her heel up, fix those toe shape a little bit. And to me, she gets a little weak in there behind her shoulder too. But bigger thing is just how those front feet are built there. I need to shore those up. Then we're going to get into one here that was having a rough day at the cow show. Kind of a smooth, long-sided one. Gets a little plainer in her appearance. Big boned one that's a little coarser in her kind, but can appreciate that. Tough class there. Congratulations to y'all.
Class Ring B, Class 4 Angus, champion Jack Hankey, Little Cedar, Iowa. Second place, Jade Tweet, Beersford, South Dakota. Third place, McKenna Claveringa, Alton, Iowa. Fourth place, Taylor Truesdale, Welcome, Minnesota. And fifth place, Kiana Hazel, Beersford, South Dakota. Now in Ring B, Class 5 Angus, Madison Hope, Sioux City, Iowa. Max Fredrickson, Glenville, Minnesota. Dawson Kitchell, Ada, Minnesota. Lily Pittum, Danbury, Iowa.
Well, this next class of Angus has just got 4 of them, and they fall together pretty straightforward, so I'm not going to take a long time here. I like this heifer. I like her bone. I like her shape she has down her top. She's a very thick, genuine one that's still got a nice look. Now, her limiting factor will be her front end structure a little bit there, but I think when you get to this view, her rib, her body, her back, her bone, it's all good, and she still moves nice. Just want to square them up there a little bit. A little closer here, I went with a bigger boned one, a little longer hipped, maybe a little more flexible in her lower joints. I sure want to change her feet and the shape to them, maybe make her a little nicer about her neck, but I like her length of side, her extra feature and flexibility that she has. Very feminine one that's a little sharper up front, very smooth made, a little daintier maybe in her foot size. Her tail head pops up out of there. She just falls out of balance a little in motion, but I love how feminine and pretty she is. This is an easy fleshing one. That'll be Cowie. A little plainer though, just up through her front end, out through her hip. I'd like to just make her a little neater and nicer balance. Good job to you though.
Class 5, Angus. First place, Max Fredrickson, Glenville, Minnesota. Second place, Madison Hoppy, Sioux City, Iowa. Third place, Lily Pitton, Danbury, Iowa. And fourth place, Dawson Kitchell, Ada, Minnesota. Now walking in, Class 6, Angus. Jackson Deppy, Vincent, Iowa. Aubrey Sandersfeld, Sheldon, Iowa. Copeland Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Emma Heitbrink, Reading, Minnesota. Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. And Dawson Kitchell, Ada, Minnesota. Ring B, Class 6 Angus. Class 7 Angus, you are on deck. Today's show would not be possible without the following sponsors. Show ring sponsors, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms.
Well, here in our next class, Angus, I think it falls together. I like to start up here in the front and work down. This heifer wins this class. I like that she's kind of a big featured heifer, and she stands out with her length of neck, where her chest sets up in her there. She's a big hipped, wide made heifer. It's got a lot to her. She's a very striking, demanding kind of a female that we can talk a little bit more about as we go down this line, and we'll see where things go there. There's some little details, but I think overall she wins this class really, really nicely. I thought this was a little closer here. I went with a thicker, wider, bolder heifer over a prettier, sounder heifer that doesn't have as much to her, and that's really the difference of the two. Big bodied, a little plainer, really neat fronted, sound, but a little narrower. I went with a little more to her. And we're going to go back here to these next three that are all pretty close. This heifer's pretty tired, but she's cowy in her kind. She's sound. She just doesn't have the style or look or presence to her to work up. Big-bodied, loose-made one here, a little heavy condition for me at this stage of the game. And then we're going to have one that's a little nicer fronted here. It's going to round out the group. She's a little frailer footed. I'd change her footwork there, give her just a touch more, just sweep back into her flank. Overall, good class. Congratulations to everybody there.
Ring B, Grand Falls Casino Resort, Ring 2. Class 6 Angus results. First place, Copeland Polson, Preston, Iowa. Second place, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Third place, Jackson Deppy, Vincent, Iowa. Fourth place, Aubrey Sandersfield, Sheldon, Iowa. And fifth place, Dawson Kitchell, Ada, Minnesota. Walking in now is Class 7 Angus, Ring B. On deck for Ring B is first and second place from Class 4 through Class 6. Ring B.
All right. Well, over here in ring 2, we're fighting through some adversity. We got a pretty good fog going over the cattle right here, and they're getting a little tired by my ring, but we're going to just keep going. We got them placed up here. This heifer leads off, and she's pretty nice. And what I like about her best is her length of hip and how long she is, how her hind leg is utilized there. It's really flexible and sound. She's got a very maternal still look about her front end. A good heifer there that we'll talk more about in a bit. But we're going to get into another one that's a big old stout, long-sided, deep-made heifer. It's got a little bit of shoulder in her, comparatively not just quite as sharp and neat and soft there. This heifer in third, you might say, is either a little bigger boned, just a little more conservative in her size. That's all great there. Her front end just splays out just a little bit. I thought that was a close pair there. I'd change her a little behind her shoulder. A pretty heifer here that comes next. Nice fronted, deep bodied. She splays her front feet out too a little bit, gets a little narrower in her kind. I like a lot of parts in this next heifer. She's really long-necked, she's long-hipped, and she's feminine. She's not having her best day here at the cow show, but give her a little more dimension. The next one here's long, big-ribbed, just a little plainer in her kind than a few, but that young man's doing a great job.
Results from Class 7 in Ring B. Class 7 Angus, first place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place, Christopher Bremer, Ocheyedan, Iowa. Third place, Vivian Johnson, Wentworth, South Dakota. Fourth place, Avery Vondrak, Hinton, Iowa. Love them Vondraks customers of Stockman's in Yankton, South Dakota. In fifth place, Grayson Conan, Rock Valley, Iowa. Now entering your ring in class Ring B, Class 4 through 7 Angus. First place contestants, Jack Hankey, Max Fredrickson, Copeland Polson, and Oakland Plump. Second place, Jade Tweet, Madison Hope, Avery Coles, and Christopher Bremer.
All right. Well, the Angus division over here has been really good, and there's a lot of nice cattle out here. And it started up there in the first class, a sharp-looking, really well-presented heifer that's got a nice shape down her top. The second class has a very feminine, loose-made, pretty heifer here. The third class has got a big old bone, stout, square one. And then we get back here to these back two classes. And I really do like all these other cattle here, but I think it's pretty obvious to me, from my perspective, these are the two cattle that it needs to come down to, and they've got a lot of good to them. And yet, I know there's one that really suits my kind a little bit better, but I can really appreciate the other one too and what they bring together. And so I'll just share a few comments here and explain it. I just feel like I got to go one way from a kind standpoint. What I like about this first heifer up here is her front end. All right, she naturally ties her neck a little bit higher. She walks around with it a little bit better. She doesn't quite hold, like she just holds herself together there a little nicer, and her chest floor is neater. So I love the front end of this heifer. I also love how she is very demanding when you step off of her, and she is highly presented. She is deep-bodied, big-haired, and has all that to her. She has one more advantage over the one in second there. The point of her shoulder lays in there a little bit smoother, okay? Now, where I would change this heifer a little bit is that she's a little bit straighter. Her shoulder lays in there better, but just how she reaches out of her front end. And she's also just a little bit straighter from behind and goes to a little bit smaller of a foot there. So those are the trade-offs there. This next heifer, what I like in her is I love her actual upper rib shape turn, the natural muscle shape she has out through her hip. At first, I think someone would want to say that one's stouter. I actually really think this heifer's got a great shape up high. Her advantages are is she's the best hip and hind leg of the group to me. Her length of rump, her set to her foot here, the travel of her hock is the best of this group. And, I think she's got a little more slope to her knee here. There's trade-offs, like I said. This heifer just does this with her neck the entire time there. She's got a touch of chest to her. And when you get to the front three-quarter, shoulder sticks out just a little bit there. So those are the trade-offs of these cattle. They're both very, very nice. And I didn't mean to take a long time there. I like both these cattle. I am pretty consistent in what I like. I am a big person of liking cattle that move correctly in their hip and hind leg. That is why I like this heifer right back here to be the champion, and then we're going to follow it up with that one up there. That's the way they come together for me. Congratulations to y'all.
Ring B, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, Ring B. First place, Angus, Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. And second place, Copeland Polson, Preston, Iowa. Congratulations. Class A Charolais, first call for Ring B. Class 8 Charolais. Entering Ring B, Class 8 Charolais, Harper Johnson, Garrettson, South Dakota. Charlie Becker, Atkins, Iowa, and Hallie Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Welcome to the ring. Ring B, Class 9 Charolais, first call. Class 9 Charolais.
All right, well, in our Charolais division, I like to look at these. We got a nice heifer here to lead off. She's very competitive in the breed. She's a nice fronted. She's a good ribbed heifer that's got some thickness and stoutness to her. I think she'll do pretty well here. Young lady's doing a great job. This one in second's really cowy, and I appreciate that. Maybe even a little deeper flanked, maybe a little leveler hipped even. She gets a little plainer about her front end. She maybe doesn't have the natural dimension or foot size of that first one there, but a very maternal looking one. Nice, moderate, deep body cowy heifer here. In this setting, she comes off just a little plainer than those other ones. I'd maybe like to stouten her up here from behind as well. Good job to all three of you.
Class 8 Charolais, first place, Charlie Becker, Atkins, Iowa. Second place, Harper Johnson, Garrettson, South Dakota. And third place, Hallie Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Now entering the ring, Class 9 Charolais.
Well, in our Charolais class here next, I think this falls together. We got two real nice heifers up on top. I think there's some things this heifer does, and the way her neck comes out, the sweep to her flank, the length of her hip, her flexibility is really, really nice here. This heifer doesn't have a whole lot to her. I'd like to see her a little bolder in her forerib, a little wider made, but she is sound. She's nice fronted. She's got a big old sweeping belly to her there. Nice heifer. This one in second here has got a little more strength right behind her shoulder. She's got a little more just natural spread to her rib there. But this heifer maybe doesn't hold herself together in motion and balance up as nice as that first one there. Maybe just not quite the extras. This next one is big-bodied and cowy. Like that about her. Very functional type of a heifer. Again, just ran into a pair of them that are a little sharper to look at. Congratulations to you.
Class 9, Charolais. First place, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Second place, Kinsley Alton, George, Iowa. And third place, Braxton Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Now in Ring B, first and second place, Class 8 and 9, Charolais. Ring B.
All right. Well, here on the Charolais side, we got pretty nice Charolais heifers here, I think, that are competitive and are different from one another. The one in the back here that's really fighting herself today is big-bodied and long-necked and got a nice outline. I like that she's pretty lean in her condition. Where I'd like to see that heifer is different is just have a little more width and muscle to her, especially right in her forerib. This heifer up here in the front, I think she's got a tremendous shape. I love her shoulder front end design. Neck comes out of there. She's really good here. If I could just lengthen her a little right here out of her rump, pick those pins up, I think that would be easy for me. But I think right now her true shape, her strength, her length of front end there too, I prefer that. We're going to use the young ladies to be champion here, and then we're going to follow it up with this heifer here that's fighting her a little bit, but grand and reserve. Put your hands together for them.
Congratulations, Ring B, Charolais champion Charlie Becker Atkins. And second place, reserve, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Entering Ring B, Class 10, Char Composite. Ellie Olson, Irene, South Dakota. Abigail Kemner, Beersford, South Dakota. And McQuaid Beer, Esteline, South Dakota. We'd like to thank our sponsors here today, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, Prairie Farms, our banner levels, Sanford Health, and our friend of the show sponsors, Julie and Greg Hammer.
All right, well, on the Composite Charolais, we got a real nice pair up here, and there's some debate in them, and each one have a little thing that I would change a bit here. I have a pretty standard rule is that I don't mind giving up a little dimension and muscle to use one, but that is sounder, but then they've got to be that. And so this heifer, I would change her in her shoulder and the way her tail head sets into her, but she is the widest, boldest, thickest one that actually still is longer striding of the pair. And so even though she's a touch coarser in a few areas than I probably prefer, she still has an advantage in terms of width and muscle and has a longer stride off either end of her structure, and that's why she wins. This heifer here is beautiful about her head and her neck, and I love it. And the way her shoulder lays into her, there is so much attractiveness and quality there. She's nice size, she's big bodied, all those things. Put her in motion, she comes up just a little rigid and tight off of her hind leg. She's a little daintier in her legs and feet. And then I thought just didn't have as much to her as that one that wins. So if I'm going to give up some, I need to loosen her up a little structurally there. Then we're going to go with this red orange heifer here that's nice fronted and long spined. Appreciate that in her. Just doesn't have the balance, a little more extra set to her hind leg. But you're doing a great job. Good class of Composite Charolais.
Ring B, Class 10, Shark Composite Champion, McQuaid Beer, Esteline, South Dakota. Second place, Reserve Champion, Ellie Olson, Irene, South Dakota. Now in the ring, Class 11, Key Influence.
All right, well, we're going to get into our keys in the May class here. We're going to start with this little shorter-eared heifer that's big-boned and wide and thick and powerful. I like that in her. Maybe change her a little up in her front-end structure and make her a little more ladylike there. But I love her shape, her bone, her feature. This is a smooth-made, feminine, refined type of a heifer here next. Like her length of step. She reads a little plainer about her front end, a little rounder and more fragile, but a good cow prospect for you. Good job.
Class 11, Champion Cooper Calls, Brandon, South Dakota. Reserve Abby Victoria, Bruce, South Dakota. Now in the ring, Class 12, Key Influence. Avera is a proud sponsor of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Seeing our communities and patients thrive is why Avera does what it does. As a model in rural health care delivery, Avera's vision is rooted in high-quality, world-class care offered close to home. Learn more at avera.org.
All right. Well, here in this class of keys, it falls together this way. I liked this white uddered one to win the class. She is very nice fronted. She is good bodied. Specifically, I like how she travels out of her hip and hind leg a little bit better than the 1 and 2, but a very nice heifer. Now, she runs downhill a shade, and there's some bigger, wolfier ones back here. I don't think that's a big deal to be a little smaller in today's era. That's where I would maybe like to just change her, though, as she does run downhill a little bit, shoulder relative to hip. The next one in the lineup is bigger, longer, and has a lot of extension to her there. A bold, cowy kind of a heifer here. Little gangly in motion is what I would say. She draws her hock in. She does this. She's also fighting the halter a little bit, but I thought cowy in her kind with a little more performance. The next two are close. They're built about the same structurally. I want to change both of them out of their hock and their hind leg. Maybe they're showing a little more maturity up through their head as well. This heifer is stouter and wider and bolder, and that's why she beats this next one. This next one is a little neater chested than that one, but again, I didn't quite think there was as much dimension on similar structured cattle there. I went with a little more power. Then we're going to round out the group with this long-fronted, long-sided heifer that's got a nice shape down her top. She's a little shallow into her flank and a little frailer in her bone work, but good kind of a heifer still. Congratulations.
Class 12 key. First place, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska. Second place, Mason Rosaboom, Hayward, Iowa. Third place, Ryder Hogan, Lennox, South Dakota. Fourth place, Cody Vancouver, Jackson, Minnesota. And fifth place, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska. Down the ring, Class 13 key influence, Ring B.
Well, here in this key class, there was another class early in the Angus deal, but this is probably the closest class from first down to fifth that we've had, around. And these are all nice heifers. I mean that positively. This one that leads off, though, I think just from a true rib shape standpoint, a length of stride, a flexibility standpoint, she wins this class. She's naturally just a little softer in her rear ankle, a little bolder in her kind than the 1 and 2, and yet she's more feminine than the 1 and 3 up through her head and her neck. Change her a little in her loin and her tail head there. She's got a little extra set to her hind leg, but it's functional. This painted up one's very cool to look at. She's pretty headed, she's smooth made and very nicely presented. She gets a little awkward in motion, kind of rolls up in her top, doesn't maintain her balance. I'd like to thicken her up a little bit here. In motion, I like this heifer in third. She's got a long hip. She's got a very flexible hind leg. For this age group and relative to her contemporaries, she's already showing a little more maturity up about her head, her neck, and her chest. And I wonder if she's going to continue to grow and get extended there. I do love her hind leg and her flexibility. A very cute little petite heifer here comes next that's very angular. With that, though, I need to see more dimension, and I'd also like to just set her tail head into her, but I love her balance and her femininity. A big old bone, long-sided heifer's next. It gets a little flatter, a little straighter in her kind, but I love her extension. Then we're going to round out the group with a big rib, moderate-sized one here. That just front end structure, feet, legs, I'd like to change, but I love the dimension. Again, very close all the way down the lineup. Good work to you all.
Ring B, Class 13, Key Influence. First place, Taylor Ford, Lake Wilson, Minnesota. Second place, Lily Truesdale, Welcome, Minnesota. Third place, Chris Dodds, Algona, Iowa. Fourth place, Logan Barta, Uten, Nebraska. Fifth place, Cohen Polson, Pipestone, Minnesota. Now in the ring, Ring B, Class 14, Key Influence. On deck, classes 11 through 13, first and second place. Thank you.
Well, I think our final class, Keys here, they told me. This nice lineup of them, four that fall together here. We're going to start with this thick, chunky kind of heifer right here to lead off. I like her bone, her dimension, her spread that she has to her. A powerful kind of a female that's really square and dimensional. We'll talk about her. You know, I'm not saying she is the most athletic one we've seen of the whole day, but she is a high-end heifer that's right up there for sure. The next one in the lineup is very nice fronted and feminine there. She's trimmer in her makeup. I appreciate that. She gets a little shallower back into her flank off either end of her structure. I would just sure her up a bit. The next pair were close. I went with the longer fronted, longer sided heifer here that has actually got a nice shape when you get in behind her. I'd like to fix her front feet, her shoulder. I'd like to set her down just with a little more sureness to her foot. A nice moderate big boned heifer here that blends a little bit smoother and is loose structured. She hit me just a little smaller and plainer in her kind, but overall very nice class of heifers.
Ring B, Class 14, first place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place, Ryden, Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa. Third place, Grant Vondrack, Hinton, Iowa. And fourth place, Leah Bean, Marathon, Iowa. Now walking in, your first and second place contestants for the Key Influence. First place, Cooper Cowles, Josie Johnson, Taylor Ford, Oakland Plant. Second place, Abby Victoria, Mason Rosaboom, Lily Truesdale, and Ryden Cleveringa. Ring B. And just announcing, Class 15, Hereford on deck. Ring B, Grand Falls Casino Resort.
All right. Well, the Key show here has been very nice. We've got 4 class winners and seconds over here. All the cattle represent a lot of good to them. I wish you all the best of luck down the road and how you manage them. Big boned heifer that won the first class there. The second class winner is a nice fronted, big bodied heifer that's pretty sound. Just a little bit of a smaller type of a heifer. Followed up with a big, long maternal one over there. Then we get into this next class, very cowy, big-bodied one that gives you a nice balanced look, maybe a little awkward in motion. And then we're going back here to this class. We got a very stout, chunky, powerful type of a heifer with a good look, adequate in her structure as well, pretty overwhelming. And a heifer behind her that's long-sided, nice fronted type of a heifer that's fresh condition, a little tighter in her step, and maybe a little bit shallower back there. To me, it's a close decision for reserve, but I think the champion's this big old stout heifer right here out of Class 4. Let's congratulate this young lady.
We have just another single entry in this division. It's going to be a high-quality division. This heifer is long, extended, really nice up through her head and neck. Just has quality. You balance as she comes into the ring. A little oftener going in tail end when she's in motion. Maybe a heifer at this stage of the game. She's got variety of need, but she comes off a little shallower, but I think there's enough upper turn to her rib and power. A good look to that heifer where she stands.
We're here in Ring B, Key Influence, champion, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota, and reserve, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska. Congratulations to the Key Influence champion and reserve and all contestants. Walking in now, Class 15, Hereford, That's My Kind of Cattle. Ring B, Grand Falls Casino Resort. Be sure to check out many of the vendors located throughout the building. Vendors include Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creations, 605, and many more. Like Vaughn said earlier, my name is Michael Drotzman over here announcing. And Ring B, I work at Stockman's Livestock, Yankton, South Dakota, auctioneer field rep down there. As these Herefords are walking in, we got a Hereford Influence feeder calf sale February 12th right there in Yankton, South Dakota. Call me or any one of us down there and let us know how we can help you out marketing or buying any Hereford or Hereford Influence cattle. Thank you.
We just have two in this division, but two good heifers that come to us. The heifer calf that the young man brought us in the first class, big rib and functional structure, high quality kind of heifer as she stops and stands. She holds her tail head, top line together, a little leaner, front, wide as it's standing up front as the heifer behind. Heifer behind, obviously the older heifer has quality through her up front. She's really alert and attractive about her head and neck. I think that female is still big and bold in her up rib. Gets a little off in her loin, back into her tail head, but that's a female that we certainly struck hard with as we studied her up to her front and her neck. I like the heifer calf's body dimension and depth a shot better today. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations to that young man in the cowboy hat that we are reserving.
Congratulations, Lim-Flex champion Tyler Wallace, Harris, Iowa, and reserve Gabe Kempner, Beersford, South Dakota.
Two right there. This young lady will be third.
Class 21, your limousine class.
Well, we're moving along here in our Hereford class. We've got a nice pair of females up here at the top. I like this really fresh looking one here that's genuine in her shape. And honestly, she's just kind of presenting herself better here in my ring. This heifer's maybe not as loose structured as the one in second in a few areas. She maybe pops her tail head up at times, but I think she's a feminine, attractive heifer that's good enough in that regard. I actually think this heifer in second is probably pretty good structured when she'll lead and go. A few steps she's made, it's all kind of came together. She's big rib, she's easy fleshing. She's a little bit staler and plainer in her look. I'd like to just freshen her up today, and then honestly she just needs to show a little better too is the big reason. We're going to get into a pair of smaller statured cattle here. I went with this young lady's feminine, smooth, nicer necked one. She gives up a little dimension to the first two though. And then a thick stouty here rounds out the group. It comes with a little more front end and coarseness up there. That's what I didn't prefer. Congratulations to all four of those exhibitors.
Class 15, Hereford. First place, Natalie Marshall, Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place, Kane Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota. Third place, Anna Wagner, Hull, Iowa. And fourth place, Maggie Holler, Franksville, Wisconsin. In the ring B now, Class 16, Hereford.
Well, this class of Herefords here will certainly make you think a little bit, and I could see you switching up some things. This young lady with the cute bow here is doing a good job. Got a long-fronted, long-sided heifer. When you get behind them, she's pretty thick and powerful. I appreciate that. I don't know if she's the prettiest about where shoulder, front end, everything lays into her, and I'd maybe just clean her up and sharpen her up a bit, but she's long, thick, and sound enough. The next heifer is deep-bodied, very feminine. I would like to see more muscularity down her top. I'd like to see her with a little bigger foot on her as well. The next four are all close. This heifer is kind of a neat-fronted, muscular heifer that I thought still got out and traveled decent. And, where I'd like to change this one is off her hip and her hind leg and make it more aesthetically pleasing. It's a little frail. The next heifer is longer fronted and smoother made, but she also is a little gangly in motion and gives up some dimension. Then we had a big and a small one here. I went with the big, long, heavy boned one. She's a little too big for me, and I'd tone her down and smooth her up. And then we're going to round out the group with a nice small-sized, deep-bodied one that'll be a little lower input, but a little compact and plain and frail. But overall, everybody did a nice job in that class of Herefords.
Ring B, Class 16, Hereford. First place, Avery Wagner, Holt, Iowa. Second place, Xavier Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota. Third place, Ella Helland, Huxley, Iowa. Fourth place, Avery Harris, Waverly, Iowa. And fifth place, Sophie Lorch, Harris, Iowa. Now in the ring, Ring B, brought to you by Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Class 17, Herefords.
Well, just three Herefords here, and a nice group of them. I like this little heifer to start off here. I like her front end, her femininity that she possesses, where her chest is in her. She's a nice, smooth-made, pretty sound, structured type of a female. I would change her. She's got a little navel, a little tail head. She's not the most powerful one in this class, but I think balance, structure, and look wins out here. This dark red, long-bodied heifer's got the most performance and length of side to her. Appreciate that. To me, she's got a little more maturity already showing. I'd change her a little out of her shoulder and her front end there as well, but I think a long-sided, thick one. A nice, moderate, big-ribbed heifer here that's actually got some turn and shape to her. When we put this heifer in motion, she gets a little straight and pops her tail head up there. And that's where she falls out of balance. But overall, a nice group of three females.
Class 17, Hereford. First place, Paisley Johnson, Montrose, South Dakota. Second place, Max McGonigal, Jasper, Minnesota. Now walking in, Class 18, Herefords. On deck, Hereford. Harper Johnson, please make your way over to Ring B, please. Harper Johnson. Harper Harris. Harper Harris, Waverly, Iowa. To Ring B, please. All first in place winners from the Hereford division in Ring B, please make your way on deck. Avera is a proud supporter of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Seeing our communities and patients thrive is why Avera does what it does. As a model in rural health care delivery, Avera's vision is rooted in high-quality, world-class care offered close to home. Learn more at avera.org. Moving on, in Ring B here at the Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, Ring B, the Hereford champions and runner-ups. Starting with the champions, Natalie Marshall, Avera Wagner, Paisley Johnson, and the second place contestants, Kane Grace, Xavier Grace, and Max McGonigal, walking in Ring B.
Well, this class, or the division of Hereford cattle over here, we have 3 classes, and we got nice cattle out here. They're useful, they're functional, they got some rib and body and some width to them. I appreciate that. It's close decision out here. Up here out of this first class, we got a real nicely presented, big rib, thick one, some bone. She's not as sharp up through her front end and her shoulder as ideal, but I like her dimension and substance. A big old long, heavy boned one out of the second class. It's a little plainer in her appearance, and then a real pretty heifer out of the third class that's feminine and smooth. She gives up a little dimension too. I've said this a couple times today. To me, this heifer is sound, but she also is not perfect structured. The one up here in the front class is a little tighter moving too. I'd probably put their structure in about the same boat. You got a prettier one, a little more dimension up here in the front one. So that's how I see them. Those are going to be where I'm falling. The young man's over there is big-bodied and cowy, but a little staler and plainer in their kind. I'm going to go here out of Class 1 for champion. Class 3 will be reserved. Put your hands together for them.
Congratulations to the Hereford winners. Champion Natalie Marshall, Mitchell, South Dakota. Reserve, Paisley Johnson, Montrose, South Dakota. That concludes the Hereford show for the day here. And in Ring B, we're going to take a short 5-minute break. Be right on to them Lim-Flex here in another 5-10 minutes in Ring B. Be sure to check out many of the vendors here located throughout the building. Vendors include Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creation 605, and many more. Very exciting times here in the livestock industry if you got livestock to sell. It's things are looking pretty good. Stockman's Livestock, Monday weigh up cows and bulls, Tuesday fed cattle, Wednesday feeders, and Fridays every other week bred cows and pairs and light calves. Lim-Flex on deck, Parker Henley ringside. Now in Ring B, the Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, Ring B over here. We combined both classes 19 and 20, the Lim-Flex. We got Tyler Wallace from Harris, Iowa, and Gabe Kemner, Beersford, South Dakota in Ring B.
Well, congratulations to these two young men on their class-winning Lim-Flex heifers. There's some age spread here. The front one is a moderate, thick, shapely heifer that's got some top and spread to her. The back one is a big, long, growthy, maternal-looking heifer there as well. And so both these cattle have a lot of good to them. The front one, I'd maybe just lengthen her hip a shade. In the back one, I'd maybe just set her tail head down and maybe tone her down just a bit there. But they're good cattle. They're about polar opposite from one another. But to me, as good as they are, I've elected to go with the young man's smaller heifer, the younger heifer, to win this division. Young man's older heifer will be reserved. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Lim-Flex champion Tyler Wallace, Harris, Iowa. Reserve Gabe Kemner, Beersford, South Dakota. Give these two men a round of applause. On deck, Limousine. Walking in Ring B, Limousine.
Well, this is a nice single entry champion Lemmy female here. I appreciate her condition, her length of side, her femininity that she has. A very sound, correct, well-balanced heifer that's got a lot of future. Thanks for bringing her out so we had a division. This will be your champion here. Good job to you.
In Ring B, congratulations, Kinsley Altena, George, Iowa. Limousine Grand Champion. We're going to take a little short break over here in Ring B as we will catch up over there in Ring A. Thank you to our show ring sponsors, Grand Falls Casino Resort and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, Trophy Level. Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Banner Level, Sanford Health. And our friend of the show sponsors, Greg and Julie Hammer. Walking in Ring B now, Class 22, Main Angus, McQuaid, Bear, Esteline, South Dakota, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska, and Aubrey Wallace, Harris, Iowa. Starting your Main Angus Class 22, Ring B.
Well, here in our Mangus division, we're going to get things started with a nice little heifer here that's really highly presented, a good fronted, big bodied, heavy boned heifer that, sound and correct in her feet and legs too. I think a nice individual to start off. It gets a little closer. I elected to go with the longer sided, smoother shouldered, and stronger top heifer here in second. I think with that though, she comes a little bit plainer in her appearance, maybe not just as stout boned or as, just as neat to look at that first one, but I like her length, her flexibility, and her correctness that she has. The next heifer here is really nice necked, big pinned, and big ribbed. She also kind of falls apart in motion. She gets a little straight in her shoulder, a little rounder out of her rump there, but I love the presence she has up front and where her neck sets on her shoulder. Good job to you.
Class 22 champion, McQuaid, Bear, Esteline, second place. Aubrey Wallace, Harris, Iowa. Third place, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska. Walking in Ring B, Class 23, Main Angus.
Well, Class 2 of the Mangus show here has got a nice pair of cattle in a close debate. To me, I like the spine structure, the rear foot quality and flexibility of this heifer up front to win out. I think when you put them in motion, I think she's a little longer striding, just holds her spine a little better, and then she's got a great shape and turn down her top and out through her hip. She's not as long fronted or as big in her kind as this one in second, but I think good shape, nice, moderate, big ribbed one that moves nice there. The next heifer is bigger, stretchier, longer. Appreciate all that in her. Like her front end quality she possesses. Gives you a good look here. Little things, I didn't think when you get behind them she's quite as powerful as that heifer. And then in motion she rolls up just a little in her top, sets outside of herself ever so slightly. Minor details though, very, very good heifer there. Another one here that's thick, moderate, and wide. Just a little plainer though is her problem about her front end, her tail head there as well. But you've done a good job. Thank you for coming.
Class 23 Main Angus. First place, McKenna Cleveringa. Second place, Logan Shable. Third place, Brooklyn Marshall. Walking in to Ring B, Class 23A Main Angus. First and second place, Main Angus from classes 22 and 23. On deck, please.
Well, as a show judge, you always you have two good heifers like this. Keep coming right on around here and set her up on profile. You always wish there's a few more so you get a minute longer to think about them. But these heifers are good and they're very different from one another. And I'm a person that appreciates cattle of different sizes and kinds and all that. And so I elected to go with this heifer here to lead off. What I like about them, these cattle are sound enough. They're both similar in that regard. Their structure's different, but I mean, there's not one that's sounder or worse. They're both acceptable and in that same range. This heifer is thicker, bigger boned, and just a little wider constructed when you get behind her. They're just trade-offs in their balance. This one's nicer necked. This one's longer hipped. There's some things. I like just the bone, the moderation, the stoutness of that heifer there. She's got a little more condition on her than I would deem ideal at this stage of the game. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit there. And like I mentioned, you're a little shorter rumped. The next heifer here in the lineup, bigger, smoother, longer. I love her length of hip, and especially when she gets parked here on the profile. She's got a beautiful balanced look, a nice sweep to her underline. That's great there. This heifer, you get behind her, she comes in a little at her hocks, not as stout down her top line, but a beautiful balance, big maternal heifer that's got a good look to her. Congratulations to both those people. They did a good job.
Class 23A, Main Angus. First place, Randon Jonke, Madison, South Dakota. Second place, Harper Johnson, Garrettson, South Dakota. First and second place, Main Angus in Ring B now.
All right. Well, in this Main Angus division here, I think there's some challenge. These cattle are as close from the grand to about the 4th overall as we've had, or 5th overall. There's some nice ones out here, and I really like the main cattle. They're very good right now, and there's just some differences. I think each one of these heifers has a really good chance. And I think each one of them needs to be managed in a certain way. This youngest heifer over here that's running around here now, she has got some neat things. I love her front end. Her head, her neck attachment there, chest, everything. When you get off to the side of her and when she's moving, her silhouette is really neat. She's got some looseness to her spine, some athleticism when she goes there. I really like that about her. When you get up close and inspect her a little bit, her toes are a shade long. She doesn't quite have the spread right down her top, and she's a nickel shorter right there out of her rump as well. But she is high-headed, really good, really flexible, moving there, a demanding heifer to look at as well. The next one in the lineup, I love her foot size. I like her hind leg. I like her genuineness of muscle and shape. When you get right in here behind them of this group, she's as big in her forearm. She's as bold in her rib and as big out of her hip as anything in this group. I really appreciate that. She's really highly presented too. She's a nickel shorter here about her head, shorter about her front end. She's maybe just not as stretchy as neat in that regard, but I think a stout-featured, shapely one. The next heifer back here we just talked about, the big heifer, kind of overwhelming, her body, her presentation, her look. She's got a lot of good to her there in that regard. She gets out and travels really comfortably. I think adequate in all those regards. Her, like the one in front of her, is wide and bold and dimensional. I really appreciate that in her. Again, when you get way off of her, she gives you a great look when she's all put together here on the profile. Couple things. I would like to see this heifer a little leaner in her condition and trimmed up back there into her flank. And I would set her tail head there into her rump a little differently. And so that's kind of what I see in these. I'm not convinced there's necessarily a right or wrong answer to these, and they have some challenge. And so I kind of just stepped back here and said, which ones hit you really, really hard and do the best things. To me, it's this heifer out of the back class. We're going to use her to win this division. Put your hands together for this gentleman.
Main Angus, Ring B, Champion, Randon Junkie, Madison, South Dakota. Reserve Champion, McKenna Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa. Thank you. That was all the Main Angus class. We're going to take a short break here in Ring B. Our show ring sponsors, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors: Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Our banner level sponsor is Sanford Health, and our friend of the show sponsor, Greg and Julie Hammer. Be sure to check out many of the vendors located throughout the barn. Vendors include Real Tough, No Dax Sharpening, Red Barn Creation 605, and many, many more. If you're paying attention to the bred cattle market at all right now, Mitchell Livestock had some bred heifers this morning, brought $4,100 just a few minutes ago. First set in the ring here at Fort Pierre, $3,600. Coming to you, Ring B. First call, Class 24, Main-Anjou. First call, Ring B, Class 24, Main-Anjou. Walking in Ring B, Class 24, Main-Anjou. Kinley Richardson, Lake City, Iowa. Brock White, Storm Lake, Iowa. Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. And Keegan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota.
All right, well, this class, as we move into our mains, I think it's probably the hardest class I've had to judge of the day because they're very close from first to third here, and I like all three of them. So I just placed them. This heifer standing here looks like the most overwhelming one. Her front end, her body, her width, her balance here from the profile. I'm not 100% sure she's going to be sound enough up in her shoulder and out of her hind leg, but she's adequate, and she's got so much neater, bigger parts to her. The heifer in second is the really athletic one. She holds her head high. She's got a little flex and looseness to her spine. She reaches really far. She's just got a few little things that don't make her look as overwhelming as that one. Just not as sharp, not as crisp in her lines, but I love her length of step and her athleticism she has. This next heifer's got a great shape when you get up on top of her right here. She's square, she's wide, she's genuine in her dimension. She's still pretty fronted. She isn't as overwhelming looking as the one that wins the class. And then in motion, I think she falls out of balance a little bit for me, how she wallers a little out of her shoulder and off her hind leg. But it was really close. She could have been first, could have been third. That's the way they fell in my mind. Congratulations to everybody.
Ring B, Class 24, Main-Anjou. First place, Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. Second place, Brock White, Storm Lake, Iowa. And third place, Kenley Richardson, Lake City, Iowa. Now walking into Ring B, the Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Ring B, Class 25, Main-Anjou. Carly Seabrandt, Stephanie Cruff, Mara Deemer, Riley Short, and Madison Thompson. Class 26 on deck. Do you have friends or family that couldn't make the trip up to Sioux Falls? They can live stream every show on the Sioux Empire Livestock Show Facebook page, courtesy of our online broadcasting sponsors, Avera Health. Avera is a proud supporter of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Seeing our communities and patients thrive is why Avera does what it does. As a model in the rural health care delivery, Avera's vision is rooted in high-quality, world-class care offered close to home. Learn more at avera.com, avera.org, excuse me.
Okay, well, this next class of these cattle falls together a little more logically in my mind than the first one there. This heifer that leads off, she does a very nice job of looking really balanced from the profile. I like her lines, her front end, her length of side, how big-bodied she is. That's all very, very good there. A high-end heifer, if I were going to change her, I would make her a little thicker from behind in terms of pin setting, width to her hock, just a little more just substance there, but beautiful presented and well shown. The young lady here with the yellow sweater. Good job to you. This next heifer is awesomely fresh and feminine, like about her head, her neck. She's clipped beautiful. I like her length of body, her honesty of condition. She's a sound-made heifer. She's a little daintier. She's not as demanding as that first one there, but I did like her smoothness, her female quality over this one. This is a thicker, wider, stouter, heavier muscled heifer that's long-sided. She's doesn't hook everything as together as seamless as that one. She's maybe got a little extra set to her hind leg at times as well there. Good heifer though. Then we're gonna go with this moderate, easy fleshing, big bodied heifer that's a little smoother shouldered. Change her feet, make her a little prettier. Let's go ahead and walk these on out. Then we're gonna round out with this thick, moderate, deep heifer here. That's a little plainer in her appearance than a few of them up the line. Good work to everybody there.
Ring B, Class 25, Main-Anjou. First place, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. Second place, Stephanie Cruft, Sergeant Bluff, Iowa. Third place, Carly Seabrant, Orange City, Iowa. Fourth place, Mara Deemer, Heron Lake, Minnesota. And fifth place, Madison Thompson, Elkton, South Dakota. Walking in, Class 26, Main-Anjou. Steele Lindgren, Boone, Iowa. Braden Pomeranke, Ashton, Iowa. Joey Wirt, Lennox, South Dakota. Andrew Crawford, Belmond, Iowa. Megan Toll, Canby, Minnesota. And Brock Bowman, Glidden, Iowa. Class 26, Main-Anjou in Ring B. First and second place from classes 24 and 25. Stick around. Be right back on you shortly. As Vaughn announced from Ring A, my name over here at Ring B is Michael Drotzman, Stockman's Livestock, Yankton, South Dakota. This last Tuesday, fed cattle market was spectacular. We sold 2,500 head of fed cattle, went through that ring on Tuesday with a top of 221. 1,500-pound steers weighed 221, brought 221. It's an exciting time. Enjoy it while you can. Love to have you here today at the Sioux Empire Livestock Show.
Okay, well, this class here has got a little sort and made me think a bit here. We're going to start with whitetail here. She's long fronted, she's level down her top, she's got some extension to her. I like her freshness of condition, her length of side, and her look here from the profile. She's a little straight up there in her shoulder. She's not the thickest made one in the world, but I think balance, condition, what a smooth one looks like, I'm all right there. This next one is bigger footed. She's looser built in her structure, and she's probably the soundest one of this whole bunch. I really like that. She gets a little deep about her front end. She gets a little off down her top line. Maybe just not as demanding to look at as that first one, but I love her bone, her looseness of structure. I really like this heifer standing still. She's a nice sized, good bodied one that's clipped and presented really good. She's got a great look here. She's genuine and honest. Put her in motion though, and she kind of balls up a little bit in her top line and rounds out of her hip there. So that's what I decided on there, but a nice little heifer. This next one's the biggest one of the group, and she's got a lot to her. She's heavy boned, and she's nicely presented here. This heifer's a shade too big and mature maybe. I'd like to just loosen her up structurally as well, but certainly a massive heavy bone kind of a female. This one here is moderate, thick, and wide and sharp-fronted. She hit me a little rounder in her construction, maybe not just as sharp to look at. And then we're going to round out the group with a big old long, growthy, extended heifer here that gets a little plainer and shallower, but still doing a good job to you.
Class 26, Main-Anjou. First place, Andrew Crawford. Second place, Jovi Wirt. Third place, Steele Lindgren. Fourth place, Brock Bowman. And fifth place, Megan Toll. Now walking in, your first place winners in the Main-Anjou, Nolan Hackett, Riley Short, and Andrew Crawford. Second place, Brock White, Stephanie Cruff, and Jovi Wirt.
All right, well, in our main division here, we got a lot of sort. There's some close classes. The first class up there had 3 of them that were all about in the same bucket in terms of where they fall. They were good cattle. I went with this big-bodied, long-fronted one that was really ready, and then a heavy-boned one over there that was second. The next class here has this real standout heifer with a little white in her udder there. Great silhouette to her, pretty front end. Sound structured, not the thickest one in the world, but she's adequate. A nice little refined, fresh condition, youthful heifer over there that could maybe use a little more just body mass and bulk to her. And then this last class here with a little challenge, I landed on whitetail. She's got a beautiful silhouette here too, sharp fronted, level topped. Again, I'd probably like to see her a little thicker as well. Set her back in her knee, a big bone, chunky one that's big ribbed there, a little plainer in her kind that was second. So we get out here, I think it's pretty obvious where we need to go. You just come back over here, look at them. Young lady with the yellow sweater here, her heifer stands out in this lineup. Good job to you.
Thank you.
A little closer for reserve, but I'm going to end up going back over here to the white-tailed one for reserve. Put your hands together for him.
Main-Anjou champion, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. Reserve champion, Andrew Crawford, Belmond, Iowa. Congratulations to you two. We're going to take a little short break over here at the Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, Ring B. A little short break over here while Ring A gets going on the maintainers. Today's show would not be possible without the following sponsors. Our show ring sponsors, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Our banner level sponsor is Sanford Health, and our friend of the show sponsor, Greg and Julie Hammer. And back in Ring B, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, Ring B, Class 27 maintainer. On deck. Get on you real shortly here. Want to say thank you to all the sponsors for today. C&B, First Premier Bank, Bank Card, Premier Bank Card. Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Our banner level sponsors, Sanford Health, and friend of the show, Greg and Julie Hammer. Thank you, guys. And we'll get right on them maintainers in Class 27 here over in Ring B.
Okay, well, as we get things back rolling on my side, we got two cattle in Class 1. They're very different from one another. I like the leaner, longer fronted, just stronger top heifer here to lead off this young man's got. She's just a beautiful, balanced, genuine type of a heifer here. Now, again, I don't know if she's as wide in a few areas as this other one, but I think she reads really, really nice. Good look to her there. This next heifer in the lineup is big rib, moderate and easy fleshing. Neck sets up there good. A little more condition than I'd like. I'd like to tuck her tail head down into her just a bit, but love her body, rib, mass she has. Good job to both those in Class 1.
Congratulations. Class 27, Callan Scala, first place. Second place, Olivia Pitton. Class 28, maintainer, entering the ring now, Ring B. Class 29, maintainer on deck. Class 29 in Ring B.
Okay, on my side over here, I'm fighting through the elements. We got some dust going on over here, so trying to see them all. But we got a nice heifer to lead off here that's a little frustrated, we'll just say that. She's a long, pretty heifer that's sound and good looking here. It's adequate in her dimension. I thought she won the class pretty comfortably for me. Good look to her there. I'd maybe just strengthen her a shade. I want to get a different look at her. She's not real excited here. All right. But then we're going to go to a closer pair here. This heifer here is big boned, long bodied, and thick. If she was going to beat that one, I'd want to change her about her head, square her front feet, and lay her shoulder in her. So I don't love her front end, but she's barrel ribbed and big hipped and has a lot of bone and mass to her. The next one's got a beautiful front end, a pretty head and neck. She's perfectly clipped in about her body. To me, a couple little things. Her little straight up front, her hip and her hind leg is just a little awkward to me there and how that goes together. But I really appreciate how nice she is up front and how she's put together there from the profile. Nice sized, easy fleshing, neat fronted heifer here. Falls out of balance a little bit compared to them top three. And then we got a big old long extended heifer here. I'd tone down a little bit and give a bit more body. All right? Good job to everybody. Good class.
Class 28 maintainer, first place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa. Second place, Braxton Williams, Coleman, South Dakota. And third place, Riley Vose, Mobile, Iowa. Now in Ring B, Class 29 maintainer, Ring B.
Well, here in my side is three heifers. I think they fall together fairly comfortably for me. I like this heifer up here, just her length of stride, her smoothness, her length of rump, all comes together here, gives me a little bit more of a maternal look from the profile, and she does it and maintains her balance really nicely. Couple little things, I would tidy her up a little in her chest, and I'd like to clean her up a little bit from her navel back into her flank from a condition standpoint there as well, but I love her body, her softness, and her look. This next heifer is little bitty necked and giant hipped. So she has got some cool things from a width perspective to be that small fronted, round ribbed, and big stout hipped. I love all that. Presented nicely. Not quite as flexible in her structure. See a little shoulder action. Gets a little bit tighter maybe there in her back ankle. This one is a pretty smooth, nice fronted female here that's long and extended. Those were pretty massive and wolfy. She maybe runs out of the extras from a dimension, body, and cow-like look. Congratulations to those three.
Class 29 maintainer, first place, Taylor Foss, St. Angser, Iowa. Second place, Blakely Bulkey, Kingsley, Iowa. And third place, Logan Barta, Houghton, Nebraska. Now in Ring B, Class 3 maintainer.
All right, well, in our next class of these maintainers here, three of them, they kind of fall together. They're all really good cattle, so my compliments to these young ladies. I like the freshness. This heifer here's got a pretty head and front end on her. You get over here, and that's kind of very attractive and eye-appealing to me. I like how she's built down her top line in terms of length and smoothness there. This heifer is a shade big and gangly at times, just when she gets going and moving. And, you know, she's athletic and she runs around here. Angles are fine. I would just maybe like to just moderate her just a shade, make her a little denser everywhere you look at her. But, boy, she's got a pretty head on her. This next one is thick and stout and big-ribbed. I appreciate that. A little boxier in her kind. This heifer, just a little things down her top line and out of her rump there. I'd like to just hook that all together, make her just a little prettier, but good cow prospect that's bold ribbed, big hipped, and stout. The next one in the lineup is deep, smooth, and angular. Appreciate that. Good cow here. A little plainer compared to those first two, maybe a little flatter to her pins. I'd just like to freshen her up, lengthen her out everywhere. Good work.
Class 30 maintainer, first place, Riley Short. Second place, Taylor Harriman. Third place, Hadley Johnson. And we're going to bring back those ones and twos from the maintainer group. First places, Callan Scala, Addison Brueggemann, Taylor Foss and Riley Short. Second place is Olivia Pittum, Braxton Williams, Blakely Bulkey, and Taylor Harriman. Be sure to check out the vendors located throughout the building. Vendors include Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creations 605, and many more. Red Angus, Class 31, on deck in Ring B.
All right, well, here on our maintainer side, this is a good lineup. And as I was setting earlier, listening to Brady, you made a comment about how all the main divisions were very challenging, and that was profound, and I would totally agree to that. There's a lot of good cattle all the way down, and that speaks for the breeders and all that kind of stuff here. This is a good lineup of them. I'm going to be pretty direct. This heifer out of Class 2, I think wins this deal very easily to me. All right, she is exciting, and she does a lot of neat things. There's a lot of adjectives I could use. Maybe one of them about her attitude we shouldn't say, but she is a good-looking, round-bodied one that's got a genuine shape. She pulls her hock in a shade, but other than that, I think she is the best heifer in this lineup for me and wins this deal good. Congratulations to you. All right, good work there. To me, then, it's a little closer here. I want to like this little green heifer here that's got big feet and nice balance. She also probably comes up a little in her top. She don't have a ton to her. There's also that class this one came out of, a big old bone, thick one here. And then we got this heifer right here. I'd like to see her a little leaner down low. But she's cowy and sound and massive and good looking. And then you got this big, long, pretty-headed one that's a little skinny, a little green, a little gangly, maybe is the right word. But there is some awesome cattle out here to do different things. I guess when I'm over here just kind of thinking and keeping it simple, the ones that maybe overwhelm me, I'm going to go back to this big old-bodied, good-looking one right here, this girl in the gray. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Addison Brugman, champion, maintainer, Lake Park, Iowa, and your reserve champion, Taylor Foss, St. Angier, Iowa. Ring. Taylor Foss, your reserve champion banner is up here in ring B. We're going to take a little pause over here at Ring B. Next up will be Class 31 Red Angus, so be on deck. We're going to take a little bit of a pause, though. I'd like to thank our sponsors here today, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, Prairie Farms, and our banner-level sponsor, Sanford Health. Friend of the show, Greg and Julie Hammer. Appreciate all you guys coming out. It's a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful time in the livestock industry. Enjoy it. Now entering Ring B, Class 31, Red Angus. Class 32, Red Angus on deck. Ring B, Class 32, Red Angus.
Well, our first class of reds only have two. I've elected to go with the bigger bodied, more cow-like looking one here. I love her fleshing ability, her moderation, her thickness. Been put together really nicely. She's not the sleekest up front, but that's all right. The next one in the lineup is real level-topped, green condition, angular in her kind. I'd like to loosen her up a little structurally and make her a little thicker, but I think she's very sharp and pretty. I went with the stouter one there. Good job to both of you, too.
Class 40, Simmental, you're on now. Congratulations to our winners in Class 39. First place, Madison.
Class 31, first place, Corbin Clark, Logan, Iowa. Second place, Barrett Butzer, Alcester, South Dakota. In the ring right now, 32, Class 32, Red Angus on deck. The ones and twos.
Well, I don't know what it is, but we've had a lot of them that as soon as they walk into my ring, they're wanting to lay down. I don't know why that's the case, but been a long day, sure. This heifer up here with the little white back in her udder is going to win this class. She's fresh, feminine, smooth, long-hipped, kind of a flexible maid heifer that's got a very female look to her from the profile. I don't know if she's the thickest maid one we've seen, but I like her extension, her freshness that she brings to the table. This young man's long-necked, kind of big-pinned heifer here is a little trimmer made and neater fronted than the one behind her. She's not as big-bodied or sound as the one that wins, so that's why she ends up where she is. I like the body, rib, and mass and just performance of this next heifer. It comes a little more ordinary about her front end, her shoulder, and her chest. I like to stouten up her rear foot too, but I can appreciate all the extra mass and substance she has. Nicer size, smoother shouldered one here. Thought about moving her up. She gets a little tight structured, and then she's a little plain and gives up some dimension, but I certainly like her size and her rib type there. Nice class of those. Congratulations.
Class 32, Red Angus, first place, Taylor Larson. Second place, Bentley Danner. Now walking back in to Ring B, Red Angus. First place is Corbin Clark and Taylor Larson. Second place, Barrett Butzer, Bentley Danner, Ring B.
Well, our shorter red show comes around here. We just had 2 classes and talked about them pretty in depth. It's a good group. Again, I appreciate y'all bringing your cattle out for evaluation here. A little thick, moderate, big-ribbed heifer out of the first class. A really pretty, sound, feminine type of a heifer out of the second class. Sharp-fronted, big-ended one that was second to this one, and a nice, smooth-made, angular heifer over there. As I think about piecing these two together, the 2 cattle that have just a little more structural integrity and balance to them are going to be our first-place winners. I've elected to go with the second class as our champion, and then the first class as reserve. Put your hands together for those people.
Congratulations, Taylor Larson, champion, Red Angus, Slayton, Minnesota. Reserve champion, Corbin Clark, Logan, Iowa. Congratulations, you two, and all the other contestants on deck, Class 33, Shorthorn and Ring B. That's a familiar name there, Vaughn. Them Vondrak cattle come to Stockman's in Yankton. They're the market toppers. Ring B walking in, Class 33, Shorthorn. Start of a new class here. Shorthorn, Ring B. Thank you to our sponsors, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Avera is a proud supporter of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Seeing our communities and patients thrive is why Avera does what it does. As a model in rural health care delivery, Avera's vision is rooted in high-quality, world-class care offered close to home. Learn more at avera.org.
Well, we got three very different shorthorn heifers here coming around. This little moderate, hairy, long-necked, big-boned heifer is going to win this class here. I like some things she puts together. Really highly presented, good fronted, big rib, big-boned one. Again, not going to be the biggest thing in the world, but she's got a lot of width and substance to her there. A big, pretty, angular heifer is going to be second here. Green and smooth and level. Going to be definitely bigger in her kind. I'd like to stouten her up a little in her jaw and just make her a little wider and more powerful all the way through. And then we're going to get into one that's a little wider and more powerful and big-ribbed. That comes with a little more front end. Those first two just have a little more style and eye appeal to them. Good work to you, you three there. Nice class.
Congratulations, Class 33 Shorthorn. First place, Brianna Dewar, Bristol, South Dakota. Second place, Cheyenne Obrecht, Harlan, Iowa. And Madison Thompson, Elkton, South Dakota. Now in Ring B, Class 34 Shorthorn.
Well, I just have a pair of shorthorn heifers here, and they could not be more different from one another. I've elected to go with a little smaller sized, bigger rib type of a heifer here. That's got a little nicer look about her front end as well. Now, I would say that, she is a little compact and maybe a little high on her tail head, but she is a nice little cow prospect, so good job to you. This next one is big and long and extended up front. I like that about her trimness, her muscularity she has. I'd tone her down a little bit, give her a little more body, make her look a little softer and more maternal, but overall, still nice stuff. Good job to you on showing her, too.
Class 34 Shorthorn. First place, Everly Wright, Bruce, South Dakota. And second place, Brooke Hansen, Laurel, Nebraska. Class 35 walking into Ring B now. Shorthorn, first and second place. Shorthorn, be ready here to come back in Ring B just shortly.
One other nice class here, I think they said is our final one of the Shorthorns. Got a real nice heifer here to lead off, highly presented, big-bodied heifer that gives you an awesome look here from the profile. I like her look up about her front end there, her levelness of her lines, all that fits together very, very nicely there. Good heifer, maybe let her reach a little more out of her shoulder, but other than that, she does a lot of things very good. This next one in the lineup is deep, smooth, and soggy. I appreciate that. You know, when you just look at the two of them, this one don't quite have the foot and the bone or the look of that one, but I can still appreciate her. You keep working with her, you're doing a good job.
Congratulations, Carter Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. He knows the good ones. Second place, Paisley Weltheimer, Sac City, Iowa. Now walking in to Ring B, the Shorthorn 1s and 2s. Starting with your champions, Brianna Dury, Everly Wright, and Carter Steck. Your 2s, Cheyenne Obrecht, Brooke Hansen, and Paisley Weltheimer.
Okay, well, here in our Shorthorn division, this is a good lineup of cattle, very highly presented cattle that are going to be up here in the top. Share a few comments, and then I'll get to what I make my decision on. This first class was led off by this really nice-necked, big-footed, good body, highly presented little dark red heifer here that does some neat things there from a width, bone, and look standpoint. A real pretty heifer over there that was second to her. This one, middle class, is a nice little cow prospect. I think the cattle on either end are maybe a little sharper to look at, but I certainly like yours. And then we go back here to another one that's well presented, big bodied, nice looking, kind of a heifer that's just got a lot of good going on to her. So you can see, I probably think that Grand and Reserve need to be between the first class and the third class here. I will tell you that one hits me just a little smaller. This one maybe hits me a little bigger. I think honestly they move about the same. This one's a little better looking. That one's maybe got a little more muscle to it. So I don't know. They're back and forth here, and they have some trade-offs to me. When I come over here, I just think this heifer back here hits me a little harder. I'm going to use the back one for champion, the front one for reserve. Put your hands together for those people.
We got a pair of these small Simmental cows. Lean and fresher red heifer. It's got a really just good genuine shape and turn to her body.
And
All first and seconds, please. All first and seconds for the Simmental classes. All first and seconds for the Simmental classes for their division.
over here in Ring B, your Shorthorn champion, Carter Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. And your reserve champion, Brianna Dury, Bristol, South Dakota. Moving on next to Ring B, Class 36, Shorthorn Plus. Class 36, Shorthorn Plus in the ring. Class 37 on deck.
Well, we've got another pair of plus heifers here that couldn't be any more different from one another. I thought this heifer is a little looser constructed, a little deeper sided, a little more cow-like maybe in her appearance here to me. I would like to see her a little higher in her pin setting right here, and maybe strengthen her top, but I do think she's a sound, deep, smooth-made heifer to go there. The next heifer in the lineup's highly presented. She's long-sided, neat-necked, big pin. To me, I'd like to loosen her structure, change her hoof shape just a little bit, and deepen her a bit in her body. But I do appreciate see the length, the pin setting, the extra dimension she possesses. Good job to you.
Congratulations, Hadley Dostal, first place, Class 36. Second place, Levi Sitzman. Now walking in Ring B, 37, Shorthorn Plus, Class 37.
All right, well, here in our pluses, I'm going to lead off the class with this black and white heifer here that's really well presented, nice fronted, good bodied heifer that so good balanced in the way she's put together. I like her size, I like her natural spread she has. Times she gets just a little straighter maybe in her way her hock goes to the ground, but I think she overwhelms this group here. I thought the next was close, all right? And this black heifer is a little dainty and maybe a little narrow from behind, but I don't know if there's as big a difference in dimension as I first thought. I like her freshness, her ladylike look about her front end. I like her depth to her flank. I like her just smoothness that she possesses here. I would like to see her square going away, a little bulkier, but very feminine and cowy looking from the side. This next one's hairier. She's a little bigger ribbed. Initially wanted to call her a little denser in her appearance there. She also pulls that hock in from behind, gets just a little narrower as well there. It's a close decision there. That's a good heifer with a lot of body and rib and mass still. Congratulations.
Class 37 Shorthorn Plus. First place, Taylor Larson, Armstrong, Iowa. Second place, Emery Sievers, Newell, Iowa. And third place, Liv Larson, Lakefield, Minnesota. Moving right on. Class 38 Shorthorn Plus in Ring B. Ones and twos for Shorthorn Plus on deck.
Well, this next class here's got a big old stout bone, good-looking heifer that's going to lead off. I like her balance, her eye appeal she possesses here from the profile. Good heifer that'll add to our lineup. Got a little navel, a little tail head, and just the little things that throw her out of balance in motion, but she's a good female that does a lot of things well. I went with a smoother, nicer presented, neater fronted heifer in the roan. She gives up too much bone and mass and substance to her winner, though, but I think she's very feminine and ladylike. Big ribbed, bold, deep, wide one here. Comes with more front end, shoulder. I'd like to change her a little out of her hind leg. Good job to all three of those plus exhibitors.
Class 38 Shorthorn Plus. First place, Coy Obrecht, Harlan, Iowa. Second place, Barrett Butzer, Alcester, South Dakota. Third place, Tanner Hansen, Laurel, Nebraska. Walking into Ring B now is your ones and twos for Shorthorn Plus. First place is Hadley Dostal, Taylor Larson, and Coy Obrecht. Second place is Levi Seitzman, Emery Sievers, and Barrett Butzer. Ring B. I'd like to thank our sponsors here again today. Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors C&B. First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Banner level sponsor is Sanford Health, and our friend of the show is Greg and Julie Hammer.
Well, in the plus division over here, again, 3 classes represented by some good young people that are doing awesome work here. The cattle have a lot of variation in them. Nice first class up here with a good-bodied, sound, gentle little heifer there and a long-necked stout heifer. The middle class has this one here that's very good ribbed, very loose structured, very cowy in her appearance. Talked about maybe she's not the most wildest up front, but she's pretty good there. Another very angular feminine heifer that was behind her that needs a little more mass. And then this big heifer here is very striking, very overwhelming, a lot of depth of body, a lot of bone to her. Maybe we talked about just changing her a little in motion of tail head and navel, throw out of balance a little bit, but a very striking heifer with a nice feminine one that was second to her there. So congratulations to all these people. I'm going to side with maybe just the balance and motion that I see in this white-bellied one here. This is going to be our champion, and we're going to follow it up with the big long-necked one there for reserve. Good job to you.
Your champion, Shorthorn Plus, Taylor Larson. Reserve champion, Coy Obrecht. Congratulations. Over here in Ring B, we're going to take a little pause, let some of the exhibitors get done with their percentage Simmental so they can compete in the Simmental class as well. We're going to take a little short break over here in Ring B, but Simmentals, class 39, be ready. And over here in Ring B, Class 39 Simmental. First call, Ring B. In the ring, Ring B, Class 39 Simmental. Class 40 on deck.
Well, just two on my side here, and very different. I went with the one that's a little more feminine and smoother, a little nicer balanced here to lead off in this class. She's not as thick as this other one, but I really like her balance and be one that'll, I think, keep maturing and be a little better structured. This one's stout and big topped and big hipped. I'd say I'd like to just smooth this shoulder up in her, lengthen her out of her rump a little bit, but I think a very good heifer with some muscle and dimension to her. Congratulations to both those young people.
Class 39 Simmental, Addison Brugman. Man, we've said your name a lot today. And second place, Katie Vandentop, Hull, Iowa. In the ring, Ring B, Class 40 Simmental.
Well, the second class here on my side that just falls together has a beautiful headed snip-nosed heifer here that's really fresh and long and extended. She's actually sneakily muscular and stout when you get in behind her. I love her dimension, her look, her presence. You know, this heifer is not as just soggy middled as a few we've seen throughout the day. And, you know, she's a little bit tight in her ankle, but I think look, presence, freshness are pretty awesome in that one. This Baldy is thick and moderate and wide and stout. Gets a little rounder out of her rump and maybe a little smaller footed. I went with the more look up there. This one standing still is good bodied and she's feminine and in her kind. I'd like to change her hoof shape, stouten her up there a little bit and loosen her in her structure. Young man's doing a great job though. Congratulations to you.
Class 40 Simmental. First place, there's another Vondrak. Congratulations, Grace. Second place, Cash Bramer. And third place, John Daniel Ward. In the ring, Ring B, Class 41 Simmental.
Well, this class of purebreds here falls together this way to me. This heifer up here is a good-looking female. It's good-bodied. I like her bone, her extra dimension she has compared to the second one there. Does it in a very classy look here from the side. Times she drops her pins just a little in motion, maybe sets her hock down just a shade hard. But I think other than that, I love that one's balance and look and front end. This next one is a really pretty heifer that's very feminine and refined. She's long-sided still, very, very smooth made. I don't think there's quite as much dimension as that one, maybe a little daintier in her footwork. The next one is big and bulky and wide and stout. You also get coarser and rounder as well there, but I can see where you'd appreciate her extra muscle and dimension over that one. Just need to smoothen her up. Then we're going to round or close with this little petite, angular feminine heifer here that has some body to her. Again, in this lineup, she's not as sharp, not as attractive as a few of those. I'd like to see her a little thicker from behind. Good job to everybody there.
Simmental, class 49, first place, Georgia Holm. I'm sorry, Georgia, from Chandler, Minnesota. And in second place, Addison Hereford, Iowa.
Class 41 Simmental. First place, Emerson Lehrman, Spencer, South Dakota. Second place, Braley Clavringa, Alton, Iowa. Third place, Merritt Pomeranke, Fairmont, Minnesota. And fourth place, Sophie Lorch, Harris, Iowa. In the ring, Ring B, Class 42 Simmental.
Well, in this class, we maybe don't have just the strongest or the most cattle in this group, but these top two, they both could be limbered up a little bit from a movement standpoint. I'd certainly like to change them there. I just use this big rib, thick-made Baldy here. She's a little plainer fronted and a little shorter striding, but she looks like a great cow there. This one's a little nicer fronted than her. I appreciate that, a little longer sided. She too needs to be changed a little movement-wise, especially off of her hind leg, and I didn't think she was quite as stout there. And then we're going to close with this big red heifer that's got a little more depth of body. She probably is a little longer striding. It's a little plainer off either end and just a little rounder and coarser. Overall, good class. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Class 42 Simmental. First place, Josie Johnson. Second place, Brooke Mellies. And third place, Caden Stevens. In Ring B, Class 43 Simmental, Natalie McKenna and Brianne Holsey.
All right, well, just two in this next class, these purebreds, and this is an interesting heifer that leads off here. She's got a white, baldy face there that's hard not to look at. She's green in her condition. I like her length of step off of her hind leg. She's really reaches there. I appreciate that she has some presence and balance in this ring as well. This heifer is interesting. She gets a little gangly. I know I've said that before, but moving, like she's really strides off her rear end, but maybe her top line doesn't quite all hook together there in motion. I'd also just like to make her a little smaller up here in front end. She's got a little extra throat, but I think she's sound. She's a good-looking heifer with enough dimension there to lead off. The next one's a little bigger ribbed, a little deeper, a little smoother made. Appreciate all that. She gets a little frailer, hind-legged, a little tighter moving, but I think a beautiful cow. Good luck to you on down the road there. Congratulations.
Class 43 Simmental, first place, Natalie McKenna. Second place, Brianne Hollison. Entering Ring B, Class 44 Simmental. Ones and twos, Simmental, Ring B, on deck. Ones and twos.
All right, well, over here we get into a pair of them. I'm going to use the red one. a little longer hipped, a little smoother made. I like her foot and flexibility that she possesses of this group here. Some front end quality still. Now, she's not as stout as this one up here in second. This is a big hipped one that's wide and massive. Appreciate that. It gets a little tighter constructed, a little stiffer moving, but I think still a lot of good there in her. Congratulations to you, Cowboys.
Congratulations, Class 44, Simmental. First place, McCoy Moss. Second place, Carter Sanney. Now lining up for Ring B, Simmental 1s and 2s. Ring B, please line up for your Simmental Grand and Reserve. 1s and 2s, Ring B.
Short two competitors in Class 52, Brody and Wilson. Brody Hoyer and Wilson Hookstein. You're in Class 52 and you are on deck.
All right. Well, the purebreds here, there's a lot of classes out here, and this is a close heat. And I mean, these young people should be working their tails off, and because it's not easy. I'll try to describe what I see in the fewest words possible, but to kind of get down to the point here, I really like this heifer out of the first class, and you know, she's little comparatively, but you know, she'd be pretty big at my house still. I think she's nice fronted. She's long hipped. I actually think she's very genuine in her width from behind, and has some muscle to her. And is probably the best structured one of this whole drive. She's really fighting to halter a little bit, and you know, just maybe not wanting to show herself off, but I like her pretty good. This next one is a big, long-fronted, big pin, round-barreled one. Gets a little weird, maybe moving, just everything doesn't quite fit together. But when this little girl pulls her together like that, there's some neat things there. Just want to loosen her up a shade. I really like this heifer from the profile right here. She's big bone. She's deep bodied. She gives you a great look from the profile, and has a lot of feature to her. She turns her feet out just a little bit, and then really when you get in here, I'd like to see just a little more width and substance to her, but I love her bone. Thick stouty right here. That could be a little prettier up front. And then we got this other baldy back here that's long-necked, big-bodied, big bone. She's green. She's extended. She falls apart a little in motion, too, in her top. Got a little extra throat there, but pretty good heifer. And then this big red one that's got a nice hind leg and deep-bodied, but a little plainer fronted. So this is tough. This is not easy, and I think there's a little different ones. But I think my favorite one of the whole bunch, I'm not going to just beat her because she's not showing well. We're going to use this little one up here in the front. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Class 51, first place, Jacob Ryman, Goodell, Iowa. Second place, McKinley White, Storm Lake, Iowa. And third place, Kane Andrew.
Your champion Simmental from Ring B, Addison Brugman, Lake Park, Iowa. And your reserve champion Emerson Lehrman, Spencer, South Dakota. Now moving into Ring B is your Class 45 percentage Simmental. Ring B, Class 46 on deck.
All right, well, this class here's got a nice group, and when you step off of them, when they get pulled together here, I like this one with the little wide up on her head there. She's long hip, she's long sided, she really balances up well. I like the way she goes there in her hock to the ground. A good balance, long extended one that gets out and travels pretty good there. If I were going to change this heifer, I'd change her back toes a little bit and the way her tail head sets there onto her, but I think a good looking, fresh, long-sided one. This one here is a more moderate, bigger ribbed one, a little wider made. The way her front feet go to the ground is what I picked on just a little bit, and I think she maybe gets just a little tighter stepping there from behind, but I think love her rib shape, her thickness, the cow-like look she has. Nice little moderate, big rib, pretty fronted one here that's got a little chest, a little higher tail-headed. These three just didn't have as much to them as those other ones. This heifer's a nice fronted female here that gets a little high tail-headed and a little rigid moving, but I definitely like her look. And then the young man's going to close with a cowy, moderate-sized one that's just a little plainer, but overall I think she'd still be functional as a replacement. Good job to you.
Class 45, percentage Simmental. First place, there's another Cleveringa. Congratulations, McKenna. Second place, Katie Vandentop, Hull, Iowa. Third place, Mila Wright. Fourth place, Lincoln Larson. And fifth place, Dawson Conan. Walking in ring B now, class 46, percentage Simmental.
Okay, well, this is a big class. I think the biggest one we've done all day. These are nice cattle. We got a little ups and downs in size and all that, and that's okay. We're going to lead off with this young man in a cowboy hat here. These top two heifers are both very good. I like this one's rib, her shape, her dimension. I think she's a little leaner in terms of her condition and everything like that. I like her front end quality, the mass and rib that she possesses there. And then specifically, there's trade-offs structurally, but I like her front end structure and where her toes kind of go there to the ground. Now, where I would like to change her is she's a little shorter rumped and hipped and maybe gets just a little weird there from behind, but I think rib, front end quality is really good there. This one's got a little bit of a broodier maybe look. She's a shade longer sided. She's got a good sweep to her flank. I still like her front end a little bit. When she gets going, she's got a little condition, more condition, and you'll start to see that work a little bit. Maybe labor's just a touch up front and it's a little awkward from behind. Those are little details, but I thought just little movement details, little condition details. I went with that other one that holds herself together a little better. We're going to go with this nice little, cute little heifer here. She's pretty front end. She's got a cool color pattern, nice hair coat. She's pretty sound and pretty correct. You probably fit her inside those two, but I think this heifer in her own right, if you didn't have any other ones, pretty good little heifer there. Pops her tail head up just a touch, but nice little female. Then we're going to go with another big old long extended heifer here. Definitely has more extension of front end, more dimension to her. Didn't think she was quite as sound, and so from behind there is that other one right in front of her, or as demanding as those first two. Then we get into three of them that are pretty close. This little red one's got a neat front end in her, a big rib, big pin setting in her. She gets a little off in her structure and her top line there. Standing still, I probably like the Bronco a little better, front end and body. In motion, though, her tail head comes up and her hind leg gets a little tighter there. And then we're going to close with the short-tailed black one here that's a little smoother in her tail head, maybe a little even more shapely when you get on top of her. Gets a little off balanced here in motion, though. Good job to everybody. Really good class there.
Class 46, percentage Simmental. First place, Creighton Warning, Emery, South Dakota. That means prime fat cattle going through the ring there at Stockman's. Second place, Addison Brugman, Lake Park, Iowa. Third place, Leo Perfirst, Faribault, Minnesota. Fourth place, Josie Johnson. Fifth place, Taylor Larson.
Loose structure, good looking, gives up a lot of weight for DFH, just a little smaller and greener kind of heifer. We close with a muscular gray heifer that's not quite as balanced.
On my side here, We got 3 heifers, and I'm going to leave them this the way they led in here, and you can see it when they pull together on the profile. This heifer up here has just got a lot more look about her front end. She's naturally just a little stouter in her foot and her bone work. I like the way her hip and her hind leg goes. I think she's a good green condition, genuine shaped one that's got a real good look here from the profile. Good job to you there. This snip nose or baldy here is a little smoother made, a little fleshier and bigger rib today. She's also very pretty up front too. If I were going to change her, it's a little off of her hip and her hind leg, just a touch there. She pulls her hock in maybe a bit. And then when I get behind them, I didn't quite see the expression, the bone of that first one. That's a pretty good heifer though too. A little baldy here that's nice fronted and big hipped, heavy bone. Those two are a little bit classier here from the profile, but solid cattle. Good job.
We got a single entry commercial effort.
Koenig, and in sixth place, Brinkley Block. First place is class number 54, Autumn Colvin. We'll take the ones and twos of the commercial class. For the division champion, ones and twos, commercial division champion.
Class 47, percentage Simmental and Ring B. First place, Leighton Hackett. Second place, Ryan Hosworth. And third place, Carter Sanney. Now in Ring B, Class 48, percentage Simmental. Class 48. Show ring sponsors today, Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors, C&B. First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors, First Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Banner level sponsors is Sanford Health, and our friend of the show, Greg and Julie Hammer. As we're nearing the end here today, make sure you get over to the vendors and check them out all over the building. Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creation 605, and a few more. Like Vaughn said, my name is Michael Drotzman, Stockman's Livestock, Yankton, South Dakota, auctioneer up there. I just wanted to let you guys know if you want to sell any cattle. Monday, weigh up cows and bulls. We got a great market for that on Mondays. Tuesday, fed cattle. We're running 2,500 to 3,000 head every week, and market's looking pretty hot. This last week we had some 1,500-pound steers bring 221 right through the ring. 221 for 1,500-pound steers. Wednesday, feeder cattle, and Fridays we alternate with bred cows and pairs and light feeder calves. We also have a Hereford special coming up February 12th, Wednesday, February 12th, a Hereford Influence feeder calf auction. Hereford and black baldies, red baldies, whatever you want to do. So you can reach out to me anytime at Stockman's, or we'll figure out a way to get a hold of me.
share those thoughts. My congratulations to the exhibitors. Put your hands together and congratulate these kids on an excellent set of cattle.
Well, here in this percentage class, I've elected to start with this Baldy that's real nice fronted. She's a bold-bodied one that's got some shape and muscularity to her. Good look. You know, I think she gets out and reaches and goes pretty comfortably there. You know, if I were going to change this one, it'd be a little in her foot shape maybe and just let her drive a little more off this rear leg. But I think this class, I like her genuineness of shape, her look up front there to win this group. This is a pretty profiling heifer here next. It's got a nice front end, a long level hip out of her, a little more set to her hind leg. Her toes are a little long there, and I'd like to see her a little square from behind, but she's very smooth and very pretty. I thought she was a little stronger topped, a little cleaner chested than this heifer there, and that's why I gave her the edge. This heifer here, I like her from the side. She's deep bodied. Her necktie is a little bit higher there. She's really flexible in her pastern. When I get around in front of her, she wants to come in her knee and splay out a little bit. She gets a little weaker in her top line. Everything just doesn't quite hold together, but you do a great job showing her and putting her together. Like everything you do there really hides it as best you can. Just want to make her a little more genuine. This next one, I thought the pair was close. I went with a big old long, muscular, trim-made heifer here that gets just a little racy. I'd like to tone her down and deepen her up. And then a nice little moderate heifer here, I guess named Nellie, that's big-bodied, neat-fronted. She gets a little tight structured, maybe a little rigid moving. I'd like to extend her out. Good work to all of you all.
Congratulations, Class 48. First place, Keegan Steck. Second place, Avery Vondrack. Third place, McKenna Sontag. Fourth place, Reagan Tiedemann. And fifth place, Brooke Millies. Now in Class 49, in the Ring B, Class 49, Percentage Simmental. Please, if we can, the ones and twos for Percentage Simmental, line up Ring B.
Well, I think in our final class of these percentages, I've elected to go with this big-ribbed, ready heifer here that's got a lot of look and presence to her up front there. You know, she gets around and travels pretty good here as well with some dimension. Just fix that one a little bit right there out of her pin setting and the length to her hip, but I think a pretty nice heifer there. A nice little sharp-fronted one that's smooth-made comes next. I appreciate that in her. I'd like to see this heifer a little thicker and wider, a little stouter bone, but you've done a good job with her. She's smooth and angular. Congratulations.
Class 49, first place, Jorah Holm. And Jorah Holm, first place. Second place, Addison Rydberg. Oh, we need McKenna up to the front. McKenna Klevringa for the Percentage Simmental champion and reserves. Ones and twos, Percentage Simmental to Ring B.
Okay, well, here at our pure or percentage show, they're really nice cattle in all 5 classes, and of our first place winners, there's a lot of them that stand out here really well. Just a few thoughts. I've got my mind made up here, but just share a few things. I really like this heifer up here in the front. She's long-sided, she's long-hipped, and really balanced when you stop her here in the profile. Motion maybe a little out of her shoulder. I'd change that up. I don't know if she's as thick as a few of them. The next one, big ribbed, nice fronted, very old made heifer. When you get to the 3/4 view there, she maintains her balance nicely in motion there. I'd like to change her a little out of her rump. Another heifer that's right up there is that one that was second to her, big bodied, good looking one. Got a little condition, but I think overwhelming and massive when you get in behind her. I like a lot of things about this heifer right here that's this young lady has. She's a tall fronted. I know that's kind of a weird word, but compared to these other ones, bigger, longer, more extended one, a little growthier in her kind. She's a little narrower and maybe doesn't have the body and rib of a few, but I think she moves sure nice enough and's got a pretty look to her from the profile. This next one's a sharp-fronted, bold-ribbed one that's shapy, sharp and good-looking from the profile. A little smaller footed, a little tighter, maybe going there from behind, but love the look, extension, quality that she has. This is a big old bodied, hairy, deep one that's got a nice look up front. It's got some mass to her. One I'd like to just fix a little down her top line there as well. So it's a good lineup of them. I think there's some variation amongst them. You can certainly like different ones. I suppose when I just watched them come in and walk around here, which one was I maybe the most drawn to? It's this one out of Class 2. She's going to be our champion of this division. Well, I'm getting my voice getting a little raspy from all the dust in here, but again, this heifer comes in. I talked about her. Very good heifer, kind of fits in, maybe not 100% moving, but like similar across the board with these other ones. I like her body and her thickness and her stoutness. So several different ways. I guess if I just keep coming back to it, I'm going to keep that pair together. We're going to go reserve right here.
Congratulations, Percentage Simmental from the same class, 46, champion Creighton Werning, Emery, South Dakota. Reminder, that means prime fat cattle through that ring at Stockman's. And reserve champion Addison Brugman, Lake Park, Iowa. On deck, Class 50, commercial. Class 50 commercial. Caitlin Berg, St. Hangsor, Iowa. Layden Larson, Lakefield, Minnesota. Class 50, Ring B.
We're going to keep moving through our first class here. We'll use this little black heifer to win. Very nice fronted cowy one that's good bodied. I like her a good deal. Good job to you. This red heifer is nice fronted, big boned, and kind of neat looking. She maybe doesn't have quite the rib shape or the depth or the softness, but she certainly got a lot of quality in these young little heifers here. Good job, both of you all.
Congratulations, Caitlin Berg. First place. Second place, Leighton Larson. Moving on, Class 51 Commercial. Ring B, Class 52 on deck. Kane Lindgren, Boone, Iowa. McKinley White, Storm Lake, Iowa. And Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa.
Well, these three fall together here to me. I like this big old bodied one here that's really highly presented and sharp looking here from the profile. You know, a nice balanced female with a great body type there. You know, I change her a little up front movement wise, but she's pretty solid there. This smoky colored one's longer sided, a little trimmer made, a little more extended up front even. With that, though, I don't get the body and the softness and the cow-like look of that first one there. But I did think she had a little more to her than this black one here. This black one is neat-fronted, loose-made, very feminine. I want to see her a little bit bulkier probably and a little further along. She's certainly green and sound. Just want to make her a little stouter. Good job to all three of you.
Congratulations, Class 51. First place, Jacob Greiman. Second place, McKinley White. Third place, Kane Lindgren. Moving on to Class 52 in the commercial, Ring B.
Well, another class of 3 and very different types and kinds. So it falls together for me pretty easily. I like this one, structural integrity of this white uttered one here to win. She's longer striding. She holds her top line together a little better, reaches a little more off her hind leg. She, to me, is maybe not as bulky bodied and as stout as this next one, but I like her length, extension, and structural correctness. The gold heifer here is big bodied, nicely presented, a little moderate and thicker and clubbier in her kind. She doesn't hold her top line together as nicely. I'd like to make her a little prettier up front too. And then we got a greener condition, sure longer, more extended type of a heifer than that one. Gets a little off in her hind leg, maybe just not the style as a few of those. Good class, so congratulations.
Class 52 commercial ring B, first place Sullivan Radcliffe, second place Brody Hoyer, and third place Wilson Hookstein. Walking into ring B now, class 53 Brinkley Block, Grayson Conan, Lauren Anderson, Dylan Dite, Madeline Kramer, Jalen Hartlett, and Baylor Bulkey.
Okay, well, here in our commercial class with we got a lot of sizes and kinds here. I like to go with this one, a real nice fronted heifer that's got a really genuine good turn to her rib and her body there. She has a lot of presence over here from the profile and hits you with a lot of quality. Now, she's a little turned out up front. She gets a little narrower here to her hock, but I love the look and the balance. The body type of that one. This one in seconds, a little bigger pin, a little wider going away with a little more muscle to her. She also gets a little tighter moving, maybe hits her hock a little hard for me. I just like to loosen her up and make her just get her neck up out of her shoulder a little better there. I like this heifer a lot of places. She's long-sided, she's trim, she's bold, she's neat-fronted. Her feet are just not good enough to be in the top two there, but I certainly see the length of side and length of front end. This one's big-boned and thick and stout here. I love that about her. She's just a little stiff moving, and she needs to be a little fresher and more feminine up through her front end there. This is a pretty little moderate heifer here that's sure sound and angular and smooth made. She just don't have near as much as those from a dimension and bulk and mass standpoint. I'd like to just stouten her up everywhere, but certainly sound. And then we're going to close with this little smoky heifer here that's big boned and big hipped and muscular, a little more clubbier in her kind. I'd like to just change her out of her hip and her hind leg in motion, make her a little neater to look at. Congratulations to those 6 exhibitors.
Class 53 commercial. First place, Lauren Anderson. Second place, Dylan Dite. Third place, Baylor Bulkey. Fourth place, Madeline Kramer. Fifth place, Grayson Conan. And sixth place, Brinkley Block. Walking in now, Class 54 commercial, Autumn Colvin.
Well, a single entry here that we'll continue to talk about. Big-bodied, easy-doing, brockle-headed one there. Looks like a great cow prospect. Again, maybe not the style and eye appeal of a few of them we've had today, but I love just the fundamentals she possesses. Good job to you.
First and second class for classes 50 through 54. First and seconds, back to the ring, please. Commercials, first and seconds. One more time, I'd like to thank our sponsors today. Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort, elite level sponsors C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. Our banner level sponsor is Sanford Health, and our friend of the show, Greg and Julie Hammer. Avera is a proud supporter of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Seeing our communities and patients thrive is why Avera does what it does. As a model in rural health and care delivery, Avera's vision is rooted in high-quality, world-class care offered close to home. Learn more at avera.org.
All right. Well, here in our commercial show, we've got some good cattle, 5 classes out here that are all really nice. This young one's in very much consideration here. She's beautiful fronted, got a nice shape to her rib. She's very genuine and square in her width and stoutness. She's actually really correct in her feet and leg structure as well. Again, you know, she is, I always like little green ones, and I think that fits it. You know, she maybe just hasn't been as far along or as mature, as ready, as old as some of these other ones, but that's a pretty good heifer there. This next one is awesome in her outline here from the profile. I love the turn and underline she has, the way her top line all hooks together very seamlessly there. Big rib, very maternal in her look. You know, I would just change this heifer a little bit up out of her front end structure if I could, but I love the body and the rib and the mass. A long strided, sound made heifer comes next here that gets a little plainer up front. We get into another one that is high-headed, big ribbed, very well presented here with a lot of substance and mass to her, but maybe one that toes out a little bit. It comes in her hock. There was a stout, wide one there that was a little tighter moving, and then a really cowy maternal one here that's maybe just a little plainer. And so this lineup is a little challenging, I suppose. They said I could pull and keep a few more around in case we get down to that. Again, I think there's always some challenges. I guess if I just talk through these cattle, which one has the fewest faults and is the soundest and the stoutest genuinely shape-wise? I think it's this little heifer right up here. And so we're going to use her to win this division. Congratulations to you. Good female right here. Then we're going to follow her up with this gentleman out of Class 2 to be the reserve champion. Good work. And then we'll take a couple more here. We're going to go back to this class, and we'll keep these 2 around as well here, all right? Congratulations there, and 4th there.
Congratulations, commercial champion Caitlin Berg, St. Angier, Iowa. Reserve champion Jacob Grayman, Goodell, Iowa.
Attention, attention. In 5 minutes, we will be starting Ring A, overall champion. We've expanded the ring. We're going to have many contestants. Ring A, overall champion. 5 minutes. Contestants, overall champion, be entering in the west side. The west side. And we will be using both rings. We are ready. Ring A, overall champion. Ring A, overall champion. As we get ready to bring in Ring A overall champions, we want to take some time to thank our judges today. What a fabulous job they've done. And while we've been able to sit and watch things, they've been on their feet all day judging. So thank you so much to our judges.
Well, we've had a long day, but we've had a great day. It's a phenomenal heifer show. It was really tough to work through these classes as a show judge because the young people, the exhibitors, their families, and those surrounding them really brought a lot of good cattle to the show. Very well presented, I would say, maybe as a whole show. I don't know if I've been to a jackpot show where there's that many well-presented, appropriately fit and fed cattle that were showed great is what we saw here. So congratulations to those exhibitors on just bringing a spectacular set of cattle out here to the Sioux Empire Farm Show. It was fun to work with them. Now it's hard as a show judge because there's a lot of differences that we could have done. I thought there was a few of these divisions today where we worked through these cattle and you can come up with a lot of different placings, and that's because there's a lot of good ones here. You put a little selection pressure here, or you put a little selection pressure there, and you may end up with a little different shake of things as you work through them. I want to thank the Sioux Empire Farm Show. Brooke here. Let's give Brooke a round of applause. She's done a tremendous job organizing this. She's one of my past students at SDSU. She's a great human. Congratulations to Brooke on another successful show. I'll go show you the 10 I like. I know Parker is hoping to get on a plane here in a little bit, so I don't want to try to take any extra time in case he makes it. I think there's a pretty special one out here. She's standing right here in front of me. Congratulations to this young man.
Need our top 10 to stay in the ring, please. Top 10 in the ring. Line up over here on the northwest side. Thank you. Reserve maintainer, would you come to the ring, please? Reserve maintainer, come to the ring, please. Riley Voss.
Give these kids one more big round of applause. It was an awesome set of heifers. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on an outstanding weekend here.
Congratulations. Those in the top 10. Our grand champion, Copeland Paulson. Preston, Iowa, with an Angus. Oakland Plamp in second, the reserve champion. Mitchell, South Dakota, with her Angus. In third place, Creighton Werning, Emory, South Dakota, with his percentage Simmental. Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, in fourth, with a maintainer. Number 5, Oakland Plamp again. Mitchell, South Dakota, with her key-influenced heifer. Sixth place. Is it Riley Shorts? No. Riley Shorts, Masonville, Iowa, with a Main-Anjou. Seventh place, McKenna Claveringa, Elton, Iowa, with her Main Angus. Eighth place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, percentage Simmental. In ninth place, Regan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota, Simmental. And in 10th place, Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa, with their commercial effort. Ring B, line up now. It is all first place. Ring B, line up now.
Entering the ring now is your Ring B Champion Drive.
Well, this has certainly been a fun day for me. I've enjoyed this, and I apologize. My voice is starting to go out. It's fighting adversity down there on that end of the building with the dust cloud there. We made it through it though, but I did intake plenty of it. My voice is getting a little raspy now, but I really enjoyed myself. There was a lot of good cattle. I always respect all the cattlemen up here in this area, the quality that you breed, and the way you guys have been able to present them to me has made it extremely enjoyable and really, really fun to work through. I've enjoyed one of the main reasons that I was honored to come judge this is that I got to spend a few days with my good buddy Brady and hang out and talk in a little bit. You don't get to do that as much when you get older like we used to back in college, and so enjoyed that. A few comments, Brooke, I mentioned her, all the work that she has done and helped out. I really enjoy her. And Holly, all the staff here at the Sioux Empire Show, they've provided you all this venue to show your cattle. It's exciting. I don't have a whole lot more words to share with you other than keep going. I just look out here at the young people. Look how professional they look. Really, you guys are the next generation. I say that Holly, that's in charge here, one of the people that hired me, I was competing against her when I was in college. So make sure you young people, as you go, you always know that, hey, some of these other people might be people that you work with, you engage with on down the road. You all are going to be the leaders in the next generation. So congratulations to y'all. Thanks for having me. I hope wish you the best of luck as you present and feed your cattle on down the road. I'm not going to make too many comments. There was a heifer that hit me really hard that I just really liked, and a pair of them. As I came out here, I knew which way I was going to go. They were pretty awesome. So it was fun. I'll get you a top 10 today. Congratulations.
All right, your Ring B announcement. First place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota with her Angus. Second place, Copeland Polson from Preston, Iowa with his Angus. Third place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, maintainer. Fourth place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota with their Key Influence. Fifth place, Creighton Prime Werning, Emory, South Dakota with his Percentage Sim. Sixth place, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa with her Main-Anjou. Seventh place, Taylor Foss, St. Anser, Iowa with her Maintainer. Eighth place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, Purebred Sim. Ninth place, Caitlin Berg, St. Anser, Iowa with her Commercial. And 10th place, rounding it out, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska with her Key Influence.
Congratulations to everybody. We are getting ready to start with Class 1 of Showmanship. Class 1 Showmanship